Hello, it is February 8th, and it's time to call the King's Board of Education work session to order. We can have a roll call of members, please.
Mrs. Croft.
Here.
Mr. Squirrel. Here. Ms. Phillips.
Here.
Mrs. Gowan.
Here.
Mr. Belford.
If we can all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I understand, Mr. Porter, we have some business to take care of with the swearing in of our newly elected president. Over there, Mr. Belford.
I might explain as Mr. Belford is coming forward. He was elected president at the January meeting, but was not present until tonight. So I will administer the oath of office at this time. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will support the Constitution of the United States and that you will faithfully and impartially discharge your duties as the president of the Kings Local School District, Warren County, Ohio, to the best of your ability and in accordance with the laws now in effect and hereafter to be enacted during your continuance in said office until such successor is elected and qualified. If so, answer I will. Okay, thank you. If you will sign this and return it to me by the end of the meeting. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Porter and Mr. Belford. I happily pass the gavel on to you. It is all yours.
Thank you, Ms. Gowan and my other colleagues. Appreciate your patience with regard to that. And yeah, appreciate actually all of you. Thank you very much. Can I have a motion? We need a motion, Mr. Porter, for this evening's agenda.
No,
No.
I understand not so for work session.
All right. It's been so long. So
My first work session.
First item up this evening for discussion are items from the treasurer, Mr. Porter.
Yes, the minutes was not posted yet because I understood it would be approved at the regular meeting. So they will be posted therefore. The financial report, there's partial documents listed there tonight. The colorful graph report didn't come in till about 15 minutes ago due to the weather and so forth from our supplier. I will give you a heads up. When I post it, it's going to be shocking yet incorrect. ODE is all filed up in the way they're paying their foundation money this year. The bottom line of what they say we should get from last year to this year is about the same. But the way they caught up and distributed in January, we got payments of 1.2,300,000. And when we were used to seeing about 160 or 70,000, then when February came in, it was like 114. So ODE is still playing around with how they will distribute the money to us. So January, apparently I'll do some deep diving into it this week, but because of the way Mr. Furness had projected it, we didn't anticipate that big bubble in the month of January. So you can't use that long term to say we can adjust it, because I've said to the administrative staff and to you, the bottom line and so forth, what ODE says they're going to pay me from last year, or pay Kings to this year, it's the same, there's no increases. So please be patient, don't panic. And I'll work with Forecast 5, who helps make sure that we somehow project this out correctly for the rest of the year. So, but I'll post what we got because that's what it was. I mean, it's the projection on out that will have to be adjusted because of the way we typically ODE funded districts. It's the first year of a biennium, and I was told by one of our staff as of Friday, ODE is still trying to finalize exactly what the new requirements should be for each of our entitlements. So that's all I have for tonight. If there's any questions, I think we posted the bills paid list and a couple of other items, donations, and what's the third one there?
Detailed check register.
What?
Check register.
Right.
Oh, okay. So those are directly off our system. It's not through the projecting system.
And what's the, you may have said this, Mr. Porter, I apologize. When can we expect ODE to have that data for you?
Well, I'll just tell you, historically, the fiscal year closes June 30th. And they put out each year, last year, they put out 2 adjustments in July and August.
Gotcha.
So it's always a moving target.
Okay.
One of the things they've done this year, they supposedly moving to real-time attendance by the day. So when you look at the student count, it goes up and down because of who entered today, withdrew today, tomorrow.
Right.
So this is a new way that they're looking at student data. It used to be you took your student count first 5 days in October and you lived with that for a year. So it's going to be somewhat a moving target.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Porter. Just to confirm, no, do we have items?
I just have 3 quick shout outs that are really they're discussion items, but I just want to share very quickly, just some thoughts on 3 quick things.
Please go ahead.
So first of all, I'd like to call out specifically our custodial and maintenance department within our district. As we know, the last week, we've had a significant winter storm, much more significant than most of us have seen in a long time, especially with the level of ice that was accumulated over a period of time. And if any of you spent any considerable amount of time trying to clear your driveway, you know the challenges that are that we were faced with clearing sidewalks and also our parking lots. And so I want to give a big shout out, especially to Mr. Lucky for his leadership and dedication and all hours of the last few days, doing everything imaginable to try to get our parking lots as clear as they could be and our sidewalks ready. But also the entire custodial maintenance staff. They were doing considerable work, removing a layer of snow, salting, hoping that the ice would break up, and then going out with physical shovels and chopping. And then so they could actually physically move it. And we're talking hours upon hours of physical work. And I had a conversation with a few of them, thanked them for their work. Tremendous to even be able to open up. Some districts weren't able to open up on Monday. And so it's a testament to the work that these guys did. So I just wanted to thank them because it's an unprecedented experience that we just went through. So I just wanted to call that out. Second thing I want to call out this week is Counselor Appreciation Week. We are fortunate in Kings to have an incredible counseling staff. I had an opportunity to talk to a few of them at Kings High School today. They just do incredible work dedicating to our kids each and every day. And just on behalf of the Board of Education and the Superintendent's Office and the entire district office, we want to thank our counselors for all the work they do every day, supporting our students academically, social, emotionally, and in a lot of other ways. So incredible work by them. Thanks to all of our counselors. And the last thing, there's a lot of fun things going on this week. Obviously, there's a culminating experience on Sunday through our entire region. And in Kings, it's been kind of fun to watch some of the energy, enthusiasm, and the spirit that our buildings have taken on and really pledged to give back. That we know that if you think back to a few years ago, Joe Burrow won the Heisman Trophy, and he won that trophy, and he called out the poverty near Athens, Ohio, where he was from, and he also called out the need for giving back in the food pantries and that. And I want to commend each one of our buildings that is, although we're having fun, coming together, rallying together, supporting the city of Cincinnati, but we're also leaning in to support our local food pantries. So 5 of our 6 buildings are running food drives this week for the King's Local Food Pantry. Columbia is running a drive for cleaning supplies to support Matthew 25. So although we are having fun, it's a big week around, but we also are leveraging that opportunity to give back and support the local communities that we have. So I want to thank all of our buildings, teachers, students, parents, staff for all their work with that. So just wanted to say that and hope we have a great rest of the week. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Sears. Next on the agenda are the discussion items for the Assistant Superintendent involving HR and business. Mr. Spinner.
Thank you, Mr. Belfram. King's Board of Education, there are 4 items under my section this evening, leading off with personnel. Under personnel, we have staff resignations, new employees, staff miscellaneous items, supplementals and stipends, and temporary employment. I would like to point out that we are recommending a women's varsity head coach for lacrosse, a gentleman by the name of Brian Shuckman. Mr. Shuckman has been an integral part of women's lacrosse over the past 6 years. He has spent time as a head junior high coach, a youth coach, and a youth lacrosse board member. His commitment to professional development has earned him a USA Lacrosse Level 2 certification, and he's a dedicated coach with a desire to provide a tremendous experience for our student athletes. We're excited at the opportunity to add him to our team as the women's head varsity lacrosse coach.
And Mr. Spinner?
Yes.
I just wanted to add, I had the pleasure of coaching Mr. Shuckman's youngest daughter at soccer a few years ago on a team that went to state. And one of his older daughters was a referee for me. So it's a very nice hire.
Wonderful. Well, I
Wonderful
appreciate it.
family.
Appreciate sharing that, Mrs. Cowan. Thank you. Second item, as promised at our last regular session in January, we have created a hiring fair that will occur this Thursday night in this very room, KEC Conference Room 2. And it'll include representatives from our Southwest Ohio Council of Governments, which is through the Warren County ESC for substitute teacher opportunities. Our custodial staff will be working with Alpha and Omega representatives, food service, before and after childcare, bus drivers, we'll have some Peterman representatives here, and our summer camp opportunities for employment as well. So we're looking forward to that. It's something a little bit different as we continue to try to grow our pool of employees here in the King's Local School District so that we can best serve our students and offer the opportunities that we have.
Will you remind us what time?
Absolutely. It's Thursday night, February 10th from 6 to 8 p.m. right here in King's Education Center, Conference Room 2.
And do people need to have an appointment or do they just come and drop in?
It is an open house. Come on in and we'll have representatives at specific tables ready to sit down and have a casual conversation or an interview and collect applications. We'll even have some background check opportunities. So we'll try to expedite those processes for those that we believe are a fit for those positions. Come one, come all.
Good. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Third on the agenda tonight is our summer camp registration. There's no really changes in language. It's a great opportunity for our students preschool through 6th grade over the summer in early June through early August. We're excited to open up field trips to area parks, Coney Island, the Reds Hall of Fame and Museum, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. That's a new one, I believe, that we're adding this summer. And like I said, there's no real changes in registration language. However, the cost has increased to stay with current inflation and also the opportunity for us to pay our employees. We did increase the registration fee $10. And then each week increment has been increased by $10 as well. So as you look along that list, 2-day, 3-day, 4-day, 5-day options are all a $10 increase. But we continue to, I believe, maintain an excellent program, and we are exponentially less than area programs around us. So it's a wonderful opportunity for our students and their families. Last on the agenda is the before and after registration. Again, no changes in language. We continue to be the same great program we've offered in the past. The only change is how we're using registration fees. So in the past, it was you could sign your child up for 5 mornings, 5 afternoons, but if they did not attend, you did not have to pay. So with that registration, we tried to staff to meet those numbers, and then we may not have the students we thought attending. Now it's this year we'll be switching to tuition-based pay. So this means you will be billed regardless if you are there based on the days you have chosen, so that we can appropriately staff. But the cost increase, there is no cost increase this year. That may change in future years. We'll continue to monitor that, but we felt like the change that we're making, becoming more tuition-based, was the only change we wanted to make relative to cost.
Questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benner. Next on the agenda are discussion items for the Assistant Superintendent involving our educational programs. Mrs. Martin.
Everyone. So Mr. Freeman and I have 4 items up there. The first item is the special ed profile. Look at Mrs. Harkey's like, I don't want the microphone. Why are you handing it to her? Lorraine Harkey is here tonight as the King's supervisor. Lorraine and I use these reports in about 100 different ways all year. So I wanted Lorraine to be here to hear questions, comments we all might talk about, because then we move on to the buildings and the staff around them. So you have 2 reports. Now, I'm going to do a disclaimer. I could talk for like 2 hours about these reports, right? I don't think anybody wants to be here that long, but I can tell you where to find some of the information. My reports like this are about 25 pages because I go and keep going and going in all the files. I'm just going to share some highlights tonight. And then if you have questions about the highlights, great. If there's things you want Lorraine and I to bring back to you after you've taken a look at them, great. The first one I gave you, if you look at the top, it says 21-22 based on 2018, 2019, and 2019, 2020 data. Okay, that's the very first one I want you to look at. And I'm only going to highlight a couple things. This is last year's profile. Couple things to know. We get this profile, which we in special ed call our report card. We get this profile in December. In August, we get what we call a rating. If you do all 4 of these pages, I've included that rating for you. When we get this profile, Lorraine and I can actually figure out what our rating will be in August based on the data they give us. So we get 2 different reports, but there's no surprises for us with the rating that comes out. So if you look down, this one talked about pandemic. This one talked about a lot of different things that no report card had ever talked about before. So we had some different things. Dawn, if you stop right there, that's exactly where I want you to go. If you look down here at the bottom where you have the blue and the yellow, and it says percentage of students with disabilities and disability distribution, this is a live document on the website that we use, and I can always bring it back and show it to you live. This compares King's to the state around the number of disabilities and the state's number of disabilities by King's, and then it also breaks it down by all of our categories and distributions. So we can hover all over all of them and see how many visual impairments we have, how many traumatic brain injuries we have, versus what the percentages in the state. Our staff like that. They like to look at that. We talk a lot about numbers. We like to see where we fall in certain areas. Sometimes our staff thinks we're very high in different categories. It's nice to be able to look at them and go, let's look at the state amount. Us as directors, when we meet, we share as directors numbers. And some districts have very high numbers in certain areas because some districts have the reputation that that's a district you should move in. They serve that population well. So we talk a lot about that, and that's live for us, and we go into that. The interesting part when I show you this year's, they haven't given that to us yet. This year's looks different. So I kind of wanted to point that out so you would see that. On the very next page, this is our rating we get in August. Again, Lorraine and I are never surprised here because we can take their profile and figure out the ratings. King's typically gets a meets requirements, no required actions rating. I think the whole 8 years I've been here and farther back, we know we get that, and we go through some. The past 2 or 3 years, they've added some new areas around performance and achievement. They've not started rating those yet, but that's what we're working on because we know they're coming. So they've given us a couple years and then the pandemic hit. So they've kind of pushed that off, but we know that's there. They've never given it a rating yet. They just have us looking at it. So in a year, these are the reports special ed gets, okay? And that's last year's. Everybody good with that? I just want to show you that, and then I want to go to the next report. So the next report is based on the 2021 data. And in that box, it says what's different about this profile. This is the new thing for us this year. The second bullet talks about they now broke this profile down into 2 parts. So this is new for us this year. This part that we got this year isn't a required action we might have to do if we're out of compliance. This is the compliance piece of the profile. So this is the one that I believe we got the last day of school in December. And Lorraine and I very slowly scrolled it up, right? Because we wanted to see green. We didn't want to see any red. We were very pleasantly happy. And I think ran to Mr. Sears' office to explain to him how happy we were. So this, Don, if you'll go back up one more thing, I want to show you, if you look at the 1 through 5 bullet at the bottom, where it talks about the 5 essential questions, they break the profile up into 5 essential questions. So when you get to the next couple pages, they go all over though. It doesn't go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It goes number 13, number 12, number 30, because there's all these indicators, but they break them up after these questions. So it takes you a while to start reading it and playing with it. Now you can go, Dawn. The other thing I will say is we do use this for continuous improvement. Some of this is procedural compliance around IDEA. Some of this is about measuring students with disabilities. So we look at it in a couple different ways. The first thing I'm going to point out is we're all green, where we're supposed to be green. We're very happy when we see a target of 100%, the result is 100%, that's fantastic. We do a lot of training with our special ed staff to make sure we are always at 100% because there's no wiggle room. Your target is 100%. We are very fortunate to have the best intervention specialists, the best speech, OT, PT, psychs around. And Lorraine and I say that all the time, they make our job really easy. They keep us compliant. I will always give a shout out to Kelly Baker in our office. Kelly works with the EMIS data and our intervention specialists all the time. So if she sees an arrow, we have some checks and balances in our office to make sure if there's something that doesn't look right, she goes back to make sure she understands before we code anything. So we have a couple of checks and balances, but in the end, we like to be 100%, right? So a couple of things I want to point out. The first one is around early childhood transition from Part C to Part B. What that means in real language is kiddos that turn 3 that are coming from a Help Me Grow type of program to a preschool with a disability program. And that we have to be 100%. We have to find those kiddos at the age of 3 and work with their families. And we have a lot of processes in place with Help Me Grow in the county to do that. And fortunately, even our pediatricians in Ohio really know and can tell families how to get to us. So we're there, that gets them in by the time of 3. The next time we bring back that number 1 question is filled with preschool. So that's indicator 12, but there's a lot more indicators around preschool that you'll see on the essential question number 1. The essential question number 2, participation in our alternative assessments, 100%. We want our students mostly to be taking typical assessments. We want to be under 1% when it comes to our alternate assessments, and that's typically students in the multiple disabilities classrooms. We are far under 1%, as you can see, we're at 0.36. Around discipline discrepancy and discipline around race, we have an NR because we don't even have the amount of students to even count in that area. So if you see a blue NR, our student count is so low, they don't even show up in there. Also easy for us. Under number 3,
So,
yeah,
yes,
go ahead.
ma'am, I had a question on essential question number 2. In high levels is kind of nebulous. I see their target, or the target here is 1%. Like what's our target internally there?
So what that means is we have to by law stay under 1% in the state of Ohio.
Right.
If we don't, we will get a corrective action. We don't ever have a target because it depends on the number of students that we have. That is all about evaluating a student. So if a student's evaluation means, so districts are very honest, we could have 1 year where we go over 1% because we have those students in the district. So we don't have a target that says, nope, take 2 kiddos off, because we stay wherever our kids are. And if that means we have to explain to the state that for whatever reason this year, these students put us over, we have a valid reason for all those students. So it's all about the students. Sometimes if we go over the target, it was what was right for the student. It's a great question, Stacy.
Thank you.
Other questions, round 1 or 2? We're good? Okay. Number 3, this one is around pretty much transition work and after school. One of the things, secondary transition, we must have transition plans for all students at the age of 14, and we have to be 100%. We always are. Our high school and junior high staff do a fantastic job around transition. I'll give a shout out to Lorraine. Lorraine's probably worked for about the past 5 years with our high school staff, our transition group, from MD students to students with jobs. We really have ramped that program up in the past probably 5-6 years. Yeah, and done a lot of work around them. So that's fantastic. The post-school outcomes, that actually, it says when you see the target participation when required, we have, our cohort was pulled 2 years ago. So we, Lorraine and I and all of the intervention specialists participated in, when our seniors graduated 2 years ago, we had to do a survey with them. It happened 2020 during the pandemic. So I am not kidding when I tell you our high school intervention specialists did them all virtually and met Lorraine and I in the high school parking lot. We didn't want to get near each other. That was during the time we weren't supposed to get near each other. So we opened our trunks and they put all of their surveys in our trunk because we had to get them to Kelly to put them in EMIS. So there's a lot of work around that one. The following year, Lorraine and I did most of this, and the intervention specialists again who did this. We called every single one of those students the following summer, did it mostly May and June, because there was a timeline of about 3 months to see where were they, what were they doing a year out of high school. They had talked to us about doing this, where were they, and then Mrs. Baker put all of those into. So we fulfilled that requirement for now, and participate. You only have to do it for 2 years, and it was very helpful to us because the parents of some of our students also got on the phones with us and talked about this class was helpful, because there's some questions in there around that, like what was the most helpful, were IEP meetings helpful, what transition program did you use at King's, that was helpful. So that was nice. We got to do a lot of cool things with that. So that was that. We've met that. Question number 4 is about different child find issues, and that's literally looking for students in the district that have disabilities, and our counselors and our staff are very well versed if parents talk about that. Special ed family survey, we actually probably won't have to do the survey this year. We did the family survey 6 years ago, I think. It's been about 6 years. That's a very rigid process through ODE. We don't get to pick families. They have a whole process that we have to go through to even mail it out. And we do that in the summer. Usually Mrs. Baker and I do that. I don't think we'll do that this year. It says to be determined, but I'd be surprised if we're back on the list already. 11 and 15, child find timely initial evaluations, that has to be 100%. You must follow the timelines, which the 90 days, the 60 days, the 30 days, we have to follow those. We spend a lot of time on that. We're at 100%. We always want to stay at 100%. And then the bottom one is somewhat new to us. This is new for about the past, right before, I think 2019, 2020 came out. There's a lot more work around disproportionality and identifying for special ed to make sure not one group is disproportional from the other groups and being identified. Same for discipline, same for our placement of our LRE with students and where they're placed in classrooms. So we've done some work on it. This is the area on the report card that I can go in and look at every single subgroup for every single one of those questions. We've worked with our administrators around that, around discipline, around placement. We've worked with our psychs around that. That's a big one that sometimes you can let get out of the way if you don't follow it. We've done so far a decent job and we've met all of those. So obviously you can tell we're pretty excited about our report card because it's green, and we're excited for the next one. What we will do with this report card now that we have this is Lorraine and I will meet with the special ed staff, we'll meet with the psychs, we'll meet with the related service, share it with the administrators, because there's portions of all of this report card, they all work real specific for us on. And we get out there and do some celebrating and talk about what did the data tell us? Where are we? We'll dig a little bit more deeper to make sure we're nowhere that we're just a little worried about. But that's the overview I'm giving. If you get into it and look at it and say, hey, Dana, I'd like to see the live version, I can always pull up the live version at some point and walk us through it. I'm hoping when we get the second part of it, they actually have the disability categories that are live to look at, because we've always used that. So I think that'll come next, but I'm open to any questions or anything you need or feedback.
So your meetings with the staff at each respective building, are you going to drill down to their respective data? Okay.
Yeah, it depends on the staff. The one we go the most with is our ISs.
Right.
And then in some ways with preschool, the preschool staff is a pretty in-depth one when we get more of the preschool information. The psychs will go through all of the evaluation stuff. So it depends on which group we're talking. We always share with the administrators too. We want them to see an overall so they understand why we're really picky about 90 days, why we're really picky about someone. When we say there's no wiggle room and it says 100%, we really mean it. And so we always want to make sure everybody sees that so they can understand why we are sometimes sending out reminders and stuff like that.
And if I can, I don't know how to turn this on. Is it on? Okay. If I can add to that, we meet with our leadership team every month. And so we share specific things like this as general reminders of, you know, where this pertains to and how our district is rated. So they're constantly hearing it from us.
Like green.
Right.
I just want to say thank you. I know it's a lot of hard work that goes into all of this behind the scenes. And I know it wasn't always like this with green. And so appreciate all of the hard work and making sure that we do everything we can for the students.
Absolutely.
Next up is Mr. Freeman.
Dana, good evening, everybody. We've got 3 items that we want to introduce to you tonight. The first one is some instructional resources that we have under consideration for high school English. So this is not anything that we are going to ask you to vote on next week specifically. This is just the introduction, and then we'll complete the process and ask you to approve those at our March meeting. So there's 2 resources that we're looking to add to our collection for students. Are two works. The first one there is a novel, and it's called Kindred by Octavia Butler. And this particular book is one that was selected as a companion novel or a parallel novel to Fahrenheit 451, which we read in 10th grade English. So this is another science fiction author that would be used kind of in a similar way. It's just a different perspective because it's a female perspective other than Ray Bradbury, and it's also a female of color who's the author. So interesting story about her kind of in a transition of time between present day 70s in California and post Civil War. So interesting story there in Kindred. The next item is one that you might be more familiar with, and that is Hamilton by Lin-Manuel Miranda. So Lin-Manuel Miranda made his libretto available to schools for free. So there's no charge. It's online for students to have access to read this libretto. And of course, that is inspired by the author there based on a biography of Alexander Hamilton. And of course, it's all in verse, and the teachers want to introduce that to students at the same time that they're looking at Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet as here's a modern day version of this type of work. And both of these works obviously will be addressing very specific standards, you know, related to what 9th and 10th grade students should be learning in English. So questions on those?
When would you like us to vote on these?
March is the target at our regular meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure thing. The next item is our annual memorandum of understanding with Sinclair Community College. All of our students in grades 7 through 12 have an opportunity, should they choose this educational option, to participate in College Credit Plus. And so we have an annual agreement for what that cost is. So this is our agreement with Sinclair that we have an annual agreement. And so based on the different categories, so for example, if a student took a class at the Mason campus down the street, physically drove there and took a class, it doesn't cost any more or any less than if a student took an online course. So that per credit hour class or cost rather is listed there at $41.64 per credit hour. And if you've had any involvement with college tuition these days, you'll understand really what a bargain that is for students that choose to participate in that program and are eligible. So that would be something that I would ask you to approve next week at our regular board session. And this is just an annual reminder.
No, Mr. Freeman, is that
Yes,
the
sir.
same rate from prior years?
It is, yes.
And do we have anything in place for students who cannot afford that cost?
This actually cost is incurred by the district,
Oh, perfect, thank you.
including textbooks.
So are all of these considered CCP classes or not necessarily?
Which classes are you talking about? I'm sorry, the ones that are listed there at the high school? So we have, the only College Credit Plus classes that we offer at Kings High School are our engineering 1 and 2.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Keep going.
Okay, so
Um,
those are ones that we offer physically at our high school.
Right, so these would all be the ones that they're signing on additional.
Yes. So students now, you remember last month, we talked a little about the career and college handbook with the high school. So they are just beginning the scheduling process. So as part of that scheduling process, students and families have an opportunity to dive in more if they're not yet involved in College Credit Plus, but they want to learn more. I'll be at the academic fair next week to meet with any parent that is interested in learning more, or they want to find out what their options are. So it's available again to any student that meets the college criteria. You have to meet the criteria of the individual college where the student's interested in attending in grades 7 through 12. We don't have, a lot of younger students that participate because there are lots of parameters and considerations for parents for College Credit Plus. It's not just whether or not they're academically able to handle the load of English 101. There are lots of other communication, email usage. We really support the students the best we can, but if there are issues with the professor, for example, we don't have any control of that. The student has to directly deal with that with the college. So, pros and cons definitely of the program. It's a great opportunity for students who are ready. And have quite a number of students who participate with Sinclair.
How have you seen the numbers go over the last few years with that?
I don't have the numbers directly. I can get those
That's
for
okay,
you,
not
but they
specific.
have definitely increased.
Increased.
Yes, yeah.
It would be nice if you could bring those numbers back. I think
Sure.
that would be interesting to see what that trend is.
Definitely, I can do that for you.
And for students that are interested for next year, you want a commitment soon, correct?
So it starts with a letter of intent.
Mhm.
And so the letter of intent is due by April 1st, and that's by law, the date that's selected. That, of course, is during our spring break. So if somebody emailed to us, before that deadline, we would accept it. But we are encouraging anyone who wants to participate to get that into the high school counselor's office by the 25th of March, which is that Friday before our spring break. So it starts there. That doesn't commit you to anything. That just signals to the district that the student's interested, because then there's the whole application process. So if a student is interested in taking a class at Sinclair, then they would apply through Sinclair's website and need to be accepted.
How is that LOI process communicated, Matt, through the counselors or the letter of intent process? How do we?
It's all part of the scheduling process.
Part of scheduling?
And I also work with Don and Mr. Dunn and Ms. Detmer Bogart at Columbia to get the word out, because it is, again, any rising seventh grader. So that it was sent out at Columbia. Don's had it on our website. We've communicated some opportunities. Hamilton County ESC, for example, every year holds a college fair that Kings participates in. The past 2 years, it's been virtual. In years past, I've attended that, and we've always had a number of Kings families who have come because it's off-site, either at Princeton or the ESC office, just to learn more. Schools are there talking about their programs and that sort of thing. So these links are all available through the scheduling documents available on the website to learn more about each individual program, to figure out what fit might be best for those students.
Are the costs similar if like this is 4164 at Sinclair? Is it similar at UC?
They are. This is an established, they call it the floor. So this is the minimum price, and that is the agreement that we have with the participating schools. Great questions.
And for the students that sign up, they get both college credit and high school credit.
They do, yes. I'll bring those numbers for you next time so we can see those. Thank you. The last item that I have is just taking an existing graduation requirement of community service and linking that to some new language through this administrative guideline of a community service seal. So beginning, several years ago, we had a transition of graduation requirements that we've been working through. So our current students meet graduation pathways for the state of Ohio by earning a number of points on an end of course exam. That has changed. And so our students for 2023 and beyond, those requirements are specific competent scores that the state of Ohio has established in a couple of end of course assessments, Algebra 1 and ELA 2. And then students must earn at least 2 seals, 2 of 9 seals that are available through the state. And so one of those is a local seal for Kings, and that is our community service seal. It made a lot of sense to us for our local seal to be community service because it's an existing graduation requirement for our students. And so this really just kind of formalizes what that seal is. So it's the same as what we've talked about in the past. It's our 50 community service hours that are required. Half of those hours, so 25 of those hours, can be earned through work directly with Kings. So they might be, volunteering at a school event that they can get community service hours for, but half of those community service hours must be obtained through an outside organization, preferably registered with the nonprofit list that I've got, I think, listed here with the charitable registration with the Attorney General's office. So lots of different options for students. This isn't any different than what students do right now. It's just in a specific language that meets the requirement of a seal now, if that makes sense. So none of the requirement has changed at all. In fact, we have here, like, the board designates the high school principal. That's highlighted because that's our recommendation. So the high school principal really serves as the official advisor. We do have a community service coordinator that receives a stipend at the high school that helps to organize that. But you don't want to put a position that may not be there. We'll always have a high school principal, right? So our high school principal then can designate that to the coordinator, and that's how that works now. So some of you that may have had older students, the students participate in the activity. They take a picture of themselves. We use My Interview as the digital platform that's listed here. The students import everything, and then it's approved. by Mrs. Brandt, who's our current community service coordinator at the high school. And then the other piece, of course, of the To Earn the Seal, students participate in Senior Reflection Night, which is a written reflection paper and a presentation to a panel of staff. And many of you have participated in that in the past as well as panelists. So again, this isn't new. This is just taking that requirement and adding the language of the new graduation requirement seals specifically. That is it. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next on the agenda are items presented by the board. Do we have anything to present this evening?
I have one thing for us to think about, and maybe this is just planting a seed, but I've been looking over our responsibilities as a board, and one of it is to inform the public about progress and needs of the district. And I'm just wanting us to think about maybe how we can do that better, the five of us. I don't even know what that answer is, but is it, having a Facebook page where we could deliver information out to the public? Is it a push for the public to join the nightly news every week so that more community members are seeing that, not just parents? I just think there's so many great things going on in our district that more community members would like to be informed about that. So if we could just brainstorm on ways that we could inform the public about our progress, I think that would be helpful.
I think that's a great idea. So I
Yeah.
certainly need to pull the school into that. And yeah, certainly always want people to be much more involved and get all the info out. So yeah.
That'd be a great topic to discuss at our retreat.
Any other items presented for the board? Next on the agenda is executive session. The board enters into executive session for the following purpose: to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official. May I have a motion to enter into executive session this evening?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Porter.
Mr. Squirrel,
Yes.
Mrs. Stokes,
Yes.
Mrs. Groff,
Yes.
Mrs. Calvin,
Yes.
Mr. Belford.
Yes.
After the executive session tonight, do we? Okay, so
Let the record show we are now exiting from executive session at 9:34 PM with all members present. A motion to adjourn this evening's meeting.
I will make that motion.
I'll second the motion.
Mr. Porter?
Ms. Phillips,
Yes.
Mrs. Galvin,
Yes.
Mr. Squirrel,
Yes.
Mrs. Croft,
Yes.
and Mr. Belton.
Yes.
9:35.